Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Hello to you from the Johan Cruyff Arena in the historic and beautiful city of Amsterdam. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. Sue, what can we expect from the game then?
Yeah, cheers, guys. Great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off, though, and they start quickly. But I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it.
This is how Ajax line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
This is the visitors' team for today.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch, so it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Chiquinho. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Linking this on. Oh, what a really good save that was. It's been delivered. More defensive work to do here. Genuine chance. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Well, he's a player that many have been talking about. Will we be talking about him for the right reasons today, though?
Well, he's got a lot of quality, but it's the precision that he has when he takes a set piece. When he gets it right in terms of body position, the goalkeeper's got no chance. This could be the deciding factor in the game today.
In the right position to cut out the pass. Belkabi. Martins. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. And they've got it back now. Good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? And they want to see a shot here. Making decent progress here. Struggling to keep the ball there. Larson. Berghaus. Henderson. This is a promising looking attack. Berghaus. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, isn't it? Just needs to hold on to it a little longer. Give him time to get back on side.
Belkabi. That looks decent, making progress here. But the offside flag has gone up. That's really frustrating for them.
Oh, it is. It's such a tight offside call. I thought he timed his run really well. He'd be frustrated because he was in there.
Some good work to win it there. Steven Berghaus. Brian Brobby. Could be dangerous. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Having a look, and ready for it coming his way. Here it comes. And it's not the best of clearances. And that's a shame for them as the move breaks down. Ortega. Ayoub El Kaabi. Chiquinho. Options available in the middle. The hard work pays off. They won the ball. Berghaus. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. And there's the opener. The all-important first goal of the game. Santiago Heze. An attack of genuine promise now. Heze. The space to whip it in here. Chiquinho. Good defending to close down the shot. And with that, the first half in Amsterdam. Off we go, the second half underway. Chiquinho. Santiago Heze. Chiquinho. Heze. Chiquinho. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. Kenneth Taylor. That took a touch on the way out, throw in to come. Taylor. And the forward progress continues. Oh, great catch! Oh, superb! Right place, great save.
Oh, it's a wonderful save. It comes at him quickly, very little time to react, but he just manages to keep it out. Great goalkeeping.
They could get caught out on the break here. Now it needs a good ball in. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Taylor. Klaassen. Well read to gain possession. They've given it away here. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Yeah, he's had a good first half, and that's been topped off with a goal so late on. The desire to keep playing to the whistle will have certainly pleased the coaching staff, I'm sure.
Berghaus. And possession given away. Klaassen. Steven Berghuis. Berghuis. Chance to cross here. Defensive job done for now. A little sloppy on the ball there. Taylor. The ball taken away from them. El Kaabi. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Drifting into a useful position here. Looking to put the cross in. And he's being urged to shoot. Brilliant. Great save.
What a stop was it from the keeper. He doesn't have much time to react. That's the top save.
And away from danger it goes. Oh, could be a chance here. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Chiquinho. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? They could level it here. Doesn't want to lose it now. El Kaabi. Promising looking ball. Chiquinho. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning.
Well, the atmosphere is brilliant, isn't it? It feels like it's just gone up a notch too. There's not long left now, and I just wonder, can they see it out?
Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. They're still pushing forward in search of the equaliser, and stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Now, can this be attacked? Well, they could still do something here. It was looking good, but not all. And that is the final.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
Hello to you from the Johan Cruyff Arena in the historic and beautiful city of Amsterdam. My name's Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry. And with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. It's Ajax, and they take on Roma.
Thanks, Guy. Well, being in and around the ground before kick-off, the fans are buzzing. They can't wait for this game, so hopefully it's a fast-paced, entertaining match.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in the centre-back positions. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And they're going with two men leading the line. Now to deliver a good ball in. Genuine chance. Crucial defending. Davy Klaassen. Berghuis. A little sloppy on the ball there. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Brian Cristante. Could be something happening for them now. But able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended. Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. Brian Cristante. Brian Brobby. This could be threatening. Chance to go ahead. And there's the opener. The all-important first goal of the game. Evan Ndika. Guadio Manucone. Ndika. Mancini. Now Angelino. Paredes. Oh, worth a shot. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Corner taken short. Now, what can they do from here? Celik. What a chance! And it's gone behind for a corner. It's been delivered. More defensive work to do here. Well, nothing doing for them in the end. That's not a good ball at all, and it's gone out for a throw. Kone. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Shomorodov. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Brian Brobby. Nice pass and on their march. Oh, what a really good save that was. Working hard to win it back there. Need to get tighter here. Can he finish? And he's lost it at the moment when the chance was on. Eldor Shomorodov. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Brobbey. Need to get tighter here. And that's where it ends. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Brobbey. Some good work to win it there. Nicely sets it up. Oh, a great chance. A body in the way. Making good progress here. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Shomorodov. They could level it here. A nice move ends thanks to nice defending. And there's the whistle to end the first half. And the game restarts. Klaassen. Schutalo. Henderson. Steven Berghuis. Jordan Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Brobbey. Henderson. Ryan Cristante. And that's more than comfortable for the man in goal. Brobbey. Well, the intention was good, but just a little too much on it in the end. It'll be a throw-in. Paredes. They've given it away here. Ryan Cristante. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Real opportunity. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Brobbey. And able to come away with the ball. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Edging ever closer to goal here. Cristante. And denied by a top draw tackle. Chance for the equaliser. And it's not clear yet. Great chance here. Oh dear, it's a miss. It's an effort he won't want to see again. Brobbey. Good work to recover possession. Shomorodov.
Well, Roma have dominated possession in the last 15 minutes or so. You can see they're really turning the screw now. They're taking the game to the opposition, and with the amount of chances that they're creating, surely an equaliser's coming.
Well, they have a bit of defending to do here. Struggling to keep the ball there. Cristante. No need to stop the play. On they go. Could be something happening for them now. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Could be something on. And he's done really well to keep that out.
Well, what a save that was, and it really had to be made, didn't it? Just to keep this game competitive. I'm sure they'll kick on from here now.
And now the focus turns from keeping the ball out to working a chance themselves. Surely the equaliser. Still not away here. And offside rules the assistant referee. Brobby. Klaassen. Brian Brobby. What a chance! It might still happen. It looked like something building there, but no longer.
Well, that save just about kept them in this, but they do need to create chances of their own, don't they? And quickly, if they're going to get a result here.
Yes, not just goals that can lift a team, they have to capitalise on that moment here. Coming in field now. Can he finish? And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. Brobby. Oh, possession lost. Not a good pass. Celik. Paredes. To square things up. And they've done it. Level again with not long to go. Davy Klaassen. And the referee's whistle brings the game to an end.
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
Hello and welcome to the Johan Cruyff Arena, a great stadium named after one of the game's greatest ever players and coaches. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Ajax, and they take on Manchester United.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. One central striker with the wingers providing the width. A quite narrow three in midfield, and then a back four where the full-backs, they're going to be expected to get up and down those flanks.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Noussair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire as the centre-backs, and they're playing with just one up front. Steven Berghuis. And he'll have a go here. Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. De Ligt. Fernandes. The ball taken away from them. Robbie. This could be dangerous. Well, nobody seems to want to keep the ball for long here. Promising position, this. And that'll be a corner for United. Well, not quite fully away here. Eriksson. This could be threatening. Well, that's as easy as it gets for a goalkeeper. Jordan Henderson. Brian Brobby. Bit sloppy in possession. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Henderson. Jordan Henderson. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Takes it on. A goal from the substitute. And the change that was made has made a change. Jordan Henderson. Taylor. Henderson. Chutalo. Davy Klaassen. Nicely sets it up. Kenneth Taylor. Davy Klaassen. Taylor. Here's the shot. Last touch off the defender. Corner to come. It's only halfway clear. This to level it. Oh, great block. Harry Maguire. They've given it away here. Robbie. Steven Berghaus. Now it needs a good ball in. That set up the chance. Real opportunity. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Yusai Mazraoui. Eriksson. Making decent progress here. And that's not a bad save at all. Delivered into the box. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Kenneth Taylor. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Fernandez. To edge ahead. Great save, that's what he's there for.
I just don't think he can believe that that's not got in, but he's met his match with the keeper.
They've scored, and that gives them a priceless lead. And there's the restart, off we go again. Josip Šutalo. Klaassen. Šutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Brian Brobby. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Eriksson. Good work to beat the challenge. Having a look. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Jordan Henderson. This is a positive-looking move, but it will now be tidied up and cleared away. There's a chance for them to go now. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Well, he's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll be pleased with that half. That's the level you expect from him. And I'm sure he'll continue that form into the second 45.
Bit sloppy in possession. Got room to operate in here. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. And the ref has played advantage here. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Kenneth Taylor. Davy Klaassen. Possession changes hands and far too cheaply. That has stopped any potential danger. Kenneth Taylor. Steven Berghaus. Goes on past the defender. And the shot thwarted. That's been won really smartly. Ugarte. It's all getting a bit scrappy in the middle right now. Well, they could get caught out on the break here. It's a really good break, this. And it's been given as offside. Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Klaassen. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Fernandes. Manuel Ugarte. Fernandes. A promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Davy Klaassen. Brian Brobby. Henderson. Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Oh, great chance. Late drama here. All square once again, and no wonder they're off celebrating. Harry Maguire. Here's Maguire. Bruno Fernandes. Out of play for a throw, and maybe just a lapse in concentration. Chutalo. Jordan Henderson. Josip Chutalo. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. And the promise of something happening is over. Bruno Fernandes. And the whistle goes. Free kick awarded. They're not getting close enough here. Oh, good strike! It's all over as the...
A game that appears highly likely to deliver in every way. Two very able teams ready for a top-class confrontation. And no one is taking anything for granted on this huge occasion. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
This is the lineup for the home team.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation, with 3 players in advance of 2 holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Henderson. Taylor. Klaassen. Berghuis. Oh, this looks useful. And striking the post. And there's the delivery. What a powerful effort, but just wide. Gelson Martins. Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him, Stuart?
Well, he's such a creative player, both with his passing and his ability to beat defenders. He'll have a big influence today.
And defensive play to be applauded. Klaassen. Here's Berghuis. And he read it well defensively. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Josip Schutalo. Taylor. Klaassen has it. Ajax in a position of menace. Safe pair of hands, did his job. And cutting it out. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. He has teammates around him. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Ortega. Looking for that final pass, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Well, the attack carried promise, but petered out. Kenneth Taylor. Well, spot on with that challenge. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Good defending. Steven Berghuis. Brian Brobby. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Henderson. Well, unable to hold his run, and that's offside. El Kabi. And it's a quality pass. Terrific piece of anticipation. Berghuis. Can he put them in front? Still a chance. Well, they survived the attack. Oh, good vision. Oh, but he's done brilliantly to cut it out.
Well, that could so easily have been the lead for Ajax, but credit the goalkeeper, that was a very good save.
Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Can they take the lead? And there it is! The breakthrough! That will do nicely. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Klassen has it. Ortega on the ball. Well, Ajax have it back now. And with that, into the second half then. Can Ajax battle back after that first 45? Kenneth Taylor. Klassen has it. Henderson. Now, who can he play it to? Well, disappointing end to the move. Berghuis. Now the attack fizzled out. And fed forwards. Oh, great defending. Steven Berghuis. Well, you've got to savour such moments. Oh, genuine chance. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. But quick thinking defensively. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart? It's a weighted pass. But they're not being allowed to continue. It's offside.
Well, he had the vision to pick out the pass, but he couldn't play it quite quickly enough.
Klassen. Real chance. And a goal to square the game. Into the seat stop. Retsos. And in possession, Chiquinho. Retsos. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Ortega. Martins. Options in the middle. Can he give them the lead? It's still alive. Very effective pass. Stopped a surefire goal. And the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? And the danger's still on. Teammates available. Nicely saved. Schutalo. Klaassen has it. Robbie. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count?
Well, the hosts have had so much of the ball in the last 15 minutes and looked a real threat going forward. But they must take one of these chances while they're having this good period that you do sense it's coming.
Well, first they have a bit of defending to do. He's in with a chance. Trying to chip it. Oh, that is a moment of pure quality. A goal for football lovers to enjoy the world over. Chiquinho. Well, he's certainly not alone. On the attack in the closing phase. And a long way out here. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Well, this late corner could represent their last chance to equalise. Oh, that's not a good clearance. And in the end, no damage done. Well, that one has promise. Klaassen. Ajax looking dangerous. Well, didn't go to plan in the end.
Well, the fans are driving their team on here, but can they respond with a goal? Time is running out.
Goalkeeping there.
That's goalkeeping at its best. He's so hard to beat from that sort of range.
Not away completely. It's a neat move. This might be ideal for the counter. Opportunity it is. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. And there it is, the final whistle.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Roma, and they take on Ajax.
Thanks, Guy. Well, I can't wait for this one. Both sets of fans are certainly up for it. I'm sure that that'll give the players a real boost. They'll be hoping to start the game at a fast tempo.
First kick of the ball, and we're away. Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in the centre-back positions. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And they've decided for this one to play with two in attack. This is how Ajax line up.
Well, they look like they're set up in a 3-5-2, which looks quite defensive from the off. It'll be interesting, though, to see how the midfielders line up. If it's a flat 3 or 1 or 2 holding, however it is, it's going to be compact in there.
Takes it on. It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early. Paredes. Kone. On to Angelino. Guadio Manu Kone. Evan Ndika. Now Angelino. Zeki Celik. Brian Cristante. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Davy Klaassen. Steven Berghuis. Berghuis. Jordan Henderson. Davy Klaassen. Sloppy on the ball there. Taylor. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Great rhythm, there's a real flow here. Found nicely and in. Another goal, and it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Guadio Manu Kone. Now Leandro Paredes. Ndika. Leandro Paredes. Celik. Brian Cristante. Ndika. Cristante. They're just looking now for that final pass through. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Davy Klaassen. Finds himself with space now. Berghuis. He's beaten his marker here. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Good work to regain possession. Guadio Manu Kone. Brian Brobby. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Fantastic looking ball. It's a pretty good save by the keeper. Brian Cristante. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. They're being afforded too much space here. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Goes for goal! And it's hit the bar. Super try, and almost a super goal.
It was, and it's a difficult technique, and he just makes it look easy. Great body position, nice hit, just unlucky that he can't finish.
Angelino. And it's on now. It's in. Oh, they needed that, and they're not out of this game yet. Bergkamp. Josip Chotalo. Klaassen. Robbie. Davy Klaassen. Chotalo. Kenneth Taylor. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Kenneth Taylor having a try. And on that whistle. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Ndicka. Brian Cristante. Guadio Manu Kone. Cristante. Celik. Brian Cristante. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to draw level. And the attack is over. Really good defending. This is a promising-looking attack. Has the space to whip it in here. Paredes. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Robbie. Goes for goal! The keeper quick to get across and make the save. Mancini. Celik. Brian Cristante. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's had a decent half. He's always wanting the ball, and he's communicating well to those.
Genuine chance. Game on. 2 goals down and totally outplayed. But they've turned this match completely on its head. Davy Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Josip Chotalo. Klaassen. Struggling to keep the ball there. Paredes. Now Angelino. Leandro Paredes. Cristante. Gianluca Mancini. This could be threatening. Promising ball. Steven Berghuis. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Paredes. Promising position, this. Real opportunity. And a great stop to turn the ball away. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Guadio Manu Kone. chances. A chance to cross here. Henderson. Taylor. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Berghaus. Possession given away. For the lead now. And that's not a bad, brilliant. Great save.
What a stop was it from the keeper. He doesn't have much time to react. That's the top save.
Oh, that's been won really smartly. Klaassen. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. A really good interception to take the ball. There's a chance for the breakaway here. I'm afraid that's where it ends for them. Zeki Celik. Cristante. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? And that's a shame for them. Nothing doing. Kenneth Taylor. There's a chance for them to go now. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. And there it is.
The quest for success, the big showdown almost upon us, and the likelihood of a game to be savoured and cherished. But who's going to win? We'll leave that to the courageous amongst you. Stay with us, we'll have all the action for you from Manchester here on EA TV Live. The floodlights are shining down on the players here at Old Trafford in Manchester. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Manchester United up against Ajax.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
Taylor. The lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Matthijs de Ligt plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. How can he take them on and beat them? Oh, he's gone for goal! Still a chance! And holding on to it at the second time of asking. Taylor. And he has options available. Robbie. Poor pass. Good use of advantage in United's favour. Potentially freedom for United on the flank. And an astute piece of defending. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Berghuis. Can he put them in front? Klaassen. Textbook defending inside the box. Rasmus Højlund. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? And the referee says corner kick. Trying to deliver it accurately. Well, they can bring it out now. Lovely ball over the top. Well, deemed to be offside by the nearest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
United have it once again. Ugarte. Well, a promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Steven Berghuis. Ajax couldn't keep it. Klaassen. Attacking possibilities for Ajax. Turning inside, where's he going to go? Well, a fine reading of the situation. Robbie. Now, who can he play it to? Can they jump in front? And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Manuel Ugarte. And intercepted it. It is a decent-looking attack here. Now will the cross work out for them? Clearance left a bit to be desired. And the attack fizzling out. Taylor. Sends it back. And a goal to open the scoring. No Maguire. Manuel Ugarte. De Ligt. Christian Eriksen now. Rasmus Højlund. Bruno Fernandes has it. Nusayr Mazraoui. More than decent this from United. Good effort here! Well, we gave it the big build-up, but he didn't quite deliver on his promise. Klaassen. And he was in the right place to intercept. Not a great challenge. Free kick here. Henderson. Oh, this looks useful. And quick thinking defensively. And so the first... So the ball is rolling again. United might be behind, but still plenty of time for them. What can they do in the second 45? Maguire. Manuel Ugarte. Now De Ligt. Rasmus Højlund. Let's fly here! And blocked there. Steven Berghuis. Klaassen. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Well, it fizzled out. Nusayr Mazraoui. Bruno Fernandes has it. Trying to open them up. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Klaassen. Berghuis. Well, not the pass he had in mind. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Oh, sorry, Stuart, look at this! Superbly read and executed. Eriksen has found an attacking gear, but what's his approach going to be now? And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind, but he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Not a great pass. Great vision to switch the play. Breaking at pace. But they dealt with the threat posed. And teammates around him. Fernandes. The fans want to see a shot. Options in the centre. And an astute piece of defending. Brian Brobby. Klaassen. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Now breaking at pace, potential danger. Well, a disappointing end to that break. Berghuis. Brian Brobby. Who can he pick out?
Well, with the support of these fans, United are throwing everything at this now.
Berghuis. What can Ajax do from this position? Well read to ease the pressure. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. United trailing, maybe the corner will help their cause.
Well, these fans have had to be patient. Could this be the equaliser?
Danger still on. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. 10 minutes left for play. Promising pass. Did well to win the ball back. Well, the second half is drawing to a close, and the story is an imperfect one for United, Stuart.
Well, it's been tight, but they've lacked a cutting edge. They've done well.
Oh, opportunity here, Stuart! Crucial intervention just then amid impending danger. Steven Berghuis. Five minutes remaining, and one thing is certain, no one is leaving because it's still close. Can he finish them off? He's done it! What a climax to this game! Nusayr Mazraoui. Harry Maguire now. Rasmus Højlund. Manuel Ugarte. Fernandes. Oh, this is looking promising. It should be. Oh, there it is! A lifeline in this game. And what a finale we could be in for here. Henderson. Pass after pass, happy to just keep possession and frustrate their opponents. Manchester United battling the clock and the scoreline. And that is that, the referee...
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
A very warm welcome from Munich. My name's Guy Mowbray, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith for commentary. And we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Bayern Munich and they take on Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
So the first half kicks off. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield. And the main striker is Harry Kane. Here's how PSG line up. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Nuno Mendes starts with Achraf Hakimi as fullbacks. Vitinha plays alongside Fabian in the middle of the park, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. Mendes. Fabian. Good ball, decent looking attack this. More work to do yet. Determined defending. The first blow of the day struck early. 1-0. Dyer. Rafael Guerreiro. Now Kimmich. Musiala. Leroy Sané. Kimmich. Michael Olise. Good work from PSG to win back possession. No time here. Hakimi. Kimmich. Kane. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Hakimi. And they've got it back now. Fabian. Michael Olise. Good vision. Offside. He's just got caught on the wrong side.
He has. He just needs to bend his run. You've got to give the player on the ball time to control it and get his head up.
Mane. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising looking attack. Over it comes. Pressure to get this away. It stops there. Nothing at the end of it. Now to deliver a good ball in. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to draw level. And for all the keeping of the ball, they've gone nowhere. Sané. Having a try. It's a decent stop by the goalkeeper. The Bayern trailing. What can they do with this corner? And it's a little wild. I'm sure he can hit them better than that.
Well, it's the right idea. It's just completely the wrong execution. The body position is all wrong, and that's well off target.
And it's on now. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. The box it goes. That's not properly away yet. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Could be something on. Maybe not. That was well read to cut it out. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Bayern come away with it. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. They found a way through. Just opens up. Ousmane Dembele. Hakimi. Dembele. Musiala. Oh, excellent vision. Crucial defending.
Well, it's the first chance that they've had in a while, and the crowd is sensing this is a great opportunity. They're really getting behind them.
Could be a chance to break here. Guerrero. Olise. Guerrero. And this could be. In it goes. Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Coutinho. This is Hakimi. Coutinho. That's a good ball. Trying his luck from range here. And the effort is wide.
Yeah, the keeper was in a good position. Probably would have stopped that anyway, but it is a good effort, guy.
Using the space on the opposite flank. And the game restarts with the sides level. Hakimi. Coutinho. Fabian. And space out wide for PSG now. Coutinho. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Line onto Goretzka. Jamal Musiala. Rafael Guerrero. Great work. What's next? Oh, real chance for the lead. But he can't prevent the follow-up. No wonder he's furious, and he's got every right to ask questions of the defence. Where on earth were they? Marquinhos. Coutinho. Fabian. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian. Mendes. Coutinho. Coutinho. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Dembele. Oh, off the post. That is where the attack
unlucky not to be level in this one, Guy. It was a great effort, but you just wonder if they're going to look back on that, though.
Harry Kane. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Ever closer to goal here. Ball back with PSG now. Coutinho. Nicely sets it up. They could level it here. And it's in! The goal to get us back to level pegging. Leon Goretzka. Olise. Eric Dyer. Kim Min-jae. Lyman. Now Kimmich. Leroy Sané. Bayern moving the ball forward with purpose. Goretzka. Now Kimmich. And unable to retain possession. Fabian. Dembele. Now Hakimi. Looking to put the cross in. That's really well played, halting the attack. Promising move this, a goal now would surely be the winner.
Well, it's so noisy in here and the fans are really pushing their side on. They know there's still time for one last chance to get the winner.
Pulls it back. And it's kept out. They've got their keeper to thank for still being level.
Well, when he's called upon, he's ready. And that's such a good save at a really crucial time in the game. It's brilliant from the keeper.
Sané. Possession given away. Now, this has to be. Now it needs a good ball in. Kane. Decent move, looked to be building, but that's it for now. Hakimi. PSG recovering possession well. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Lovely, incisive ball. But the offside flag has gone up. That's really frustrating for them.
And it is. It's such a tight offside ball. I thought he timed his run really well. He'd be frustrated because he was in there.
And the referee's whistle.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It is Bayern Munich, and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer gets the nod in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. Kimmich. Olise. Lima on the ball. Leroy Sané. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappé. Harry Kane. Well, he's certainly not alone. The fans hope so. Able to get his body in the way. Bellingham. Pressing like that will help the cause. Well, Jamal Musiala is always a delight to watch. Somebody who can take any game by the scruff of the neck. What might we see from him in this match?
Well, when he's playing well, he can unlock any defence. He can manipulate the ball, see a pass and beat defenders. He'll be key today.
Valverde. Super tackle, and they've won possession. Leroy Sané. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. The referee has given the advantage to Real Madrid. Very effective pass. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Guerrero. Sané has it. And very nicely positioned to win it back. And pressing really high. Tchouameni. Mendy has it. Mendy. Options in the centre. And Bellingham. Now with Valverde. Oh, potential danger. Vinicius. It did look on for them, but not to be. Musiala. Sané. Oh, inspired.
Yeah, that's a great save. Really good reaction from the keeper.
And played short. And sent in by Sané. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. Konrad Leiber. Jamal Musiala. And Bellingham. Tchouameni. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And still trying to get the shot off. Well, he prevented it from going over the line. Bellingham. And Valverde. Mbappe. Promising pass. Sané. Valverde. On the ball, Rudiger. Valverde. And Bellingham. Rudiger. Here's Valverde. Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. Chouameni. Here's Mbappe. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. And Bellingham. Now with Valverde. Mbappe with it. He's foiled them on his own. Jamal Musiala. Lima on the ball. And the managers will now deliver their half. Into the second half then, and Real doing the chasing. Valverde. On the ball, Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. Aurelien Chouameni. And Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Jude Bellingham. Here's Valverde. Mendy. Really vital interception here. Goretzka. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. And he takes it away. Bellingham. Here's Valverde. And considerable space afforded Real Madrid. Looking for the angle. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play...
Oh, Stewart, a chance! And the keeper nowhere to be found, not that he's complaining. So back underway following the equaliser. Goretzka. Michael Olise. It's with Guerrero. And the decision offside here. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. Jude Bellingham. So plenty of forward momentum from Real Madrid here. Mbappe. Wonderfully weighted pass. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Eric Dyer. Guerrero. Kimmich. Leon Goretzka. Showing patience as well as persistence in the build-up. Laimer. Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Room to roam for the Merengues here. And snuffed out the danger immediately. Into the final 20 minutes. Federico Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. The textbook interception. Leroy Sané.
Well, what a dramatic finish we could have here. These Bayern fans are certainly ramping up the atmosphere now.
Oh, this looks useful. Chance for level it. Running through to the keeper. Vinicius Junior. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Oh, fancy footwork. Can they keep it going? And it's in! Real Madrid firmly in charge here. Leon Goretzka. Olise. Given away by Bayern Munich. Michael Olise. It's with Guerrero. Jamal Musiala. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Jude Bellingham. Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. Real Madrid couldn't maintain possession. Laimer. Look for one back here. Which he does! And maybe, just maybe, there's enough time for an equaliser. It would be quite the frenetic turnaround. Valverde.
Well, nothing like annoying your opponents when you have such an effective passing game. Bellingham.
Federico Valverde. It's with Vinicius Junior. Good challenge and a throw-in coming up. It could be for Mbappe. No strong hand on the ball. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. They might not get too many more opportunities. Bayern have got to be positive. Oh, commanding goalkeeping. Well, this late corner could represent their last chance to equalise. Clearance wasn't decisive. Kane. And there is the full-time whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Bayern Munich and they take on Arsenal.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And here's how Bayern will line up. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Leon Goretzka plays alongside Joshua Kimmich in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Harry Kane. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Declan Rice starts with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Now, options are plenty. They're all doing their bit to keep them out. Declan Rice. It's with Ødegaard. An encouraging Arsenal move. Martin Ødegaard. Good tackle taken away. Leroy Sané. Great vision from Leroy Sané. A powerful effort, but not threatening the goalkeeper, and he'll be disappointed. Declan Rice. Martinelli. And that is how to block. And the deflection means a corner. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. And he failed to get it away properly. And the attack fizzling out. Jamal Musiala. Kimmich. A really good pass. Are they going to forge ahead? Well, just a whisker wide of the post. Not a bad effort at all. Sané. Really good build-up, but no end product. Declan Rice. Partey. Now in possession, Trossard. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Joshua Kimmich. The ball back with Arsenal now. Trossard. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Good run and good ball control. Neymar. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Now can he give up the end of this one? Could it be? And effectively parried away by the keeper. Jamal Musiala. Olise, and defensive play to be applauded. Ødegaard, unable to close down the shot. Jamal Musiala. Bayern pushing forward with options available. Has it now. William Saliba. It's with Ødegaard. Partey. Ødegaard. Yuri and Timber. Regain possession. So on the cusp of the half-time interval, and it's so far so good for Bayern in terms of the scoreline. Stuart, what have you made of their performance to this point?
Well, it's been a tight game so far, but they've just had that little bit more quality on the ball, particularly in midfield, where they've just started to take control. They'll be fairly happy going at half-time if it stays like this.
And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Martin Ødegaard. Possession one. Kane. Saka. And Kimmich couldn't keep it. Martinelli. Kivior. Saka. And there it is, the half-time whistle. Back underway, with Arsenal trying to find a route back into the match. Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Partey. Effective work from Arsenal to regain possession. Declan Rice. Still behind, but the pressure mounting. Guerrero. Really good interception. Martin Ødegaard. Thomas Partey. Really good ball there. And Partey's through. Well, the keeper going in for the challenge and prevailing. Well, Leroy Sané, as usual, Stuart, razor sharp, very productive. He's been brilliant to watch.
A big moment here, Derek.
Continuing to push that away. Goretzka. Oh, cruising past him. Kane! Might still be able to do a bit of damage. Kimmich. Ødegaard. Partey. Gabriel Martinelli. Well, moving the ball impressively here. And space to cross it. Rice. Can he get one back? And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
Michael Olise. Great vision from Harry Kane. And a goal to increase their advantage to 3. Can they be stopped? Gabriel Martinelli. It's with Ødegaard. Timber. Rice with it. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Michael Olise. It's with Guerrero. Harry Kane. Joshua Kimmich. Nicely timed tackle. The flag has gone up here, offside the decision. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Jamal Musiala. Michael Olise. Musiala. Well, Bayern couldn't keep hold of the ball. Released it nicely. That's a good-looking ball. He's managed to get in behind. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Eric Dyer. Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Michael Olise. And Kimmich. Musiala. Laimer. Determined defending. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Can they use their pace? Oh, that's a fine ball. In position, but pressure to cope with. A good and fair challenge. Musiala. And he has options available. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Trossard. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Martinelli. Oh, another goal! You just cannot keep them down, and it sets up a furious finish. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Well, you can absolutely sense the frustration growing in the opposition camp. They can't. The full-time whistle.
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
The 16th arrondissement of Paris is our venue, the historic Parc des Princes Stadium. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Paris Saint-Germain, and they take on Bayern Munich.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. We just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Here's how PSG line up. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback roles. Fabian starts alongside Vitinha in midfield, and they go with a single striker leading the line. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield, and the main striker is Harry Kane. Kimmich. On to Dyer. Jamal Musiala. Kane. Lyman. Kim Min-jae. Now Goretzka. Jamal Musiala. Kane. What a chance! Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Fabian. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here, Sue?
Well, I tell you what, if they have any free kicks around the edge of the box, he's going to be the first in line to take it. Obviously, plenty more to his game beyond that too, but his ability from set pieces, it could be a key deciding factor.
Dembele. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Kimmich. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Olise. This looks promising from Bayern. Oh, they didn't quite join the dots as they should there. Just offside. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? For the lead now. Oh, it's a golden chance that's been missed.
It's got to be more composed in front of goal. It's a big chance missed to take the lead.
Musiala. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Lovely ball, could be a chance. And the flag goes up, it's offside.
It is, he just goes too early. He's got to try and curve his run to stay onside.
Olise. Kane. That's well watched and blocked. Jamal Musiala. Laimer. Score still level, but maybe a chance for Bayern to go in front from the corner. And there's real pressure to get this away. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Goretzka. On to Laimer. Leon Goretzka. Hey! And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. And it's behind for a Bayern corner. That was well spotted. The attack is over. Vitinha. Promising position, this. Bayern Munich have it back now. Musiala. That looks like a good advantage played. Goretzka. Zane will have a go here. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Ashraf Hakimi. Good vision. And you can see his disappointment there. Rafael Guerreiro. Kimmich. And unable to retain possession. And that brings to a call. And the game restarts with the sides level. Kim. Now Dyer. Michael Olise. Nicely weighted crossfield ball. Kim. Now with Kimmich. Guerreiro. Kane. Musiala. And it's on now. Back up the post. Always given it. The ref points to the spot, and a huge opportunity to take the lead. This for 1-0. And if there were any nerves, they didn't show. A well-taken penalty. Vitinha. That's been overcooked, and out it goes. Kim Min-jae. Now Kimmich. Pass after pass. Happy just to keep possession for now. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Fabian. Vitinha. Good passing. Not looking to force it just yet. Looks promising from PSG. Could turn out to be a really good ball. And that is offside.
I'm not sure why he's not on the move inside the box. He just gets caught standing still. It's really poor, that.
Laimer. Michael Olise. Musiala. Zane. Kane. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Hakimi. Bayern Munich have the ball again. Musiala. Nuno Mendes. Vicha Kvaratskhelia. A really good interception to take the ball. Zane. there now, and questions will be asked of the goalkeeper. Anywhere but there. He really had to get that out of harm's way. Marquinhos. Fabian. Vitinha. The ball taken away from them. Vitinha. An excellent looking transition from PSG. It came off the defender. Corner.
Well, the team have struggled for long periods, but this is a...
And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep out the headed attempt.
Well, what a save that was. He's certainly playing his part, isn't he? Just have to make sure that they don't become too complacent now, though.
Yes, not just goals that can lift a team. They have to capitalise on that moment here. Hakimi. Dembele now. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Jamal Musiala. Now with Kimmich. Rafael Guerreiro. Untidy in possession there. Really good pass. Could be back in it here. It's in! Oh, they needed that, and they're not out of this game yet. Moving once again, and PSG are right back into the contest. Eric Dyer. Now with Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. Guerreiro. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Could be a chance to break here. The line, it'll be a throw-in. Leon Goretzka. Guerreiro. Oh, good ball in behind. And that is the save that keeps hopes alive.
Oh, what an important stop that is, but they're going to need one final push to get something from this because time is running out.
Mendes.
Well, the fans are certainly doing their bit, really pushing the team on. Just need to be clinical now.
It looks the right ball. Sane. Now it needs a good ball in. Great chance here. Cleared, and they can breathe easier. And what a chance this could be to get it won from the corner. Kimmich. And the shot thwarted. They keep on coming. Corner again. Delivered towards the back stick. It's away, but it's not finished yet. And that will do it. Full time.
two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
A warm welcome from the Spanish capital. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by former England striker Sue Smith on the commentary gantry, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Real Madrid, and they take on Bayern Munich.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Working hard to win it back there. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Joshua Kimmich starts. Sané! And it's been missed. That was a wonderful chance.
Oh, they should have taken the lead there, and what a good start that would have been.
No free kick, not yet. Advantage played. Jude Bellingham. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. There could be something building for Bayern here. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Kylian Mbappe. Now Tchouameni. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Aurelien Tchouameni. Onto Valverde. Kylian Mbappe. Michael Olise. Guerrero. And it's on now. Oh, fantastic defending, just as it was looking threatening. Rodrigo. Allowed to go a long way with this. Musiala. Sane. Kane to edge ahead. And still danger here. The move breaks down. That's a real shame. Aurelien Tchouameni. Bayern regaining possession. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Oh, that's a tremendous save.
Well, once he's through 1v1, you just expect him to score, but the keeper's done brilliant to deny him.
And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. Federico Valverde. Mendy. And unable to retain possession. Rodrigo. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Kane. Having a look. Guerrero. Kimmich. Great chance here. A really promising attack has come to naught. Kane. Musiala. Beautifully weighted ball. Danger cleared, but the goalkeeper might want a word after that. Rodrigo. Now Vazquez. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. And away, they've got it clear. Kimmich. Now Goretzka. Goretzka. Kane. To take the lead. Rodrigo. Now pushing forward with options available. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Bellingham. On to Rodrigo. And that's been ruled as offside. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Rodrigo. Goes on past the defender. Mbappe. Promising ball. More work to do yet. And the move has come to an end. And that's going to be all for the first half. Nothing to split them after a tight and cagey first 45 minutes. Let's hope this second half sees an improvement. Goretzka. Now Kimmich. Guerrero. Line. Now Dyer. Leroy Sané. On to Goretzka. Kimmich. Sané. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. Rafael Guerrero. And good work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. Tchouaméni. On to Valverde. Ferland Mendy. On to Bellingham. Valverde. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Goretzka. Musiala. Musiala. To take the lead. Rodrigo. Crossing. Bellingham. Oh, chance here. And there's the opener. The all-important first goal of the game. Goretzka. Now Kimmich. Leon Goretzka. Guerrero. On to Goretzka. Lyman. Now Kimmich. Rafael Guerrero. Now with Kimmich. On to Goretzka. Jamal Musiala. Leroy Sané. Kane. Genuine chance. They might give another go here. Could be now. Vinicius Junior. Now Tchouaméni. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Leroy Sané. Guerrero. There's the equaliser. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Aurelian Tchouameni. Rodrigo. And they've got it back now. And there's the whistle as the ref gives a free kick. Bellingham. Untidy in possession there. Sané. Beaten easily here. Guerrero. A body in the way. It's a corner. It feels like this has to go in. It's quickly stopped. Kimmich. Sané. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Aurelian Tchouameni.
Well, just listen to this atmosphere. It's been such a tight game, but the fans are certainly doing their bit, just trying to get them over the finish line.
Guerrero. That looks decent, making progress here. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Vinicius Junior. On to Mendy. Vinicius Junior. Real with acres of space to attack. Bellingham. Oh, a great chance. It's in! And in all likelihood, that should be the game. So little time left for a response now. Rafael Guerrero. To Liner. Olise. Leroy Sané. Michael Olise. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. And that will do it. Full time. And it's a win for Real Madrid.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Good evening. Tonight the spotlight falls on North London. We find ourselves at the home of Arsenal. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Arsenal up against Bayern Munich.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Joshua Kimmich. And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. Declan Rice starts with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Now, who can he play it to? Easy meet for the goalkeeper. Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer stands between the posts. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. And quick thinking defensively. Trossard. And that's a very good pass. Oh, he's done it! But hang on, offside is the verdict here. It's not going to stand.
Well, you can tell he thought he was onside here, but the assistant, I think, got it absolutely right.
Olise. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Bukayo Saka. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Guerrero. Decisive in the tackle. And a throw in here. Declan Rice. Gabriel Martinelli. Thomas Partey. Saka. And it might be. Terrific block there. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say.
Well, it's still all level here, thanks to a marvellous piece of goalkeeping. Arsenal can't believe the run.
Well, a powerful effort, but just wide. And fine work from Arsenal to win it back. Thomas Partey. Rice. And now with Trossard. Can he put it in? And a goal to open the scoring. No wonder they're celebrating. Goretzka. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. Kim Min-jae. Leon Goretzka. Lima on the ball. They've chosen to go through Harry Kane. Options around him. Leroy Sané. Lima. Here's Sané. And this to level it. Oh, there it is! A back and forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. Jakub Kiwior. Timber. And nicely over the top. Excellent defending. Declan Rice. It's with Ødegaard. Space and time for Arsenal. Well, a chance here perhaps to invigorate their aerial targets. Prompt defensive action called for. Guerrero. Jamal Musiala. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Will it happen for them? The fans are shouting, shoot! Blocking it! Great block again. It's a short one. And Rafael Guerreiro has lost the ball. Taking care of business defensively here. Jamal Musiala. Lima on the ball. Sané. Saka. Can they create something? A no-nonsense defensive clearance. Taken short. Saka. Well, the chance has been missed. No other way to describe it. Martinelli. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, that's going to be all. And the second half has begun here in North London. William Saliba. It's with Ødegaard. Timber. And David Raya has it now. Martin Ødegaard. Jurriën Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. And that came off the defender, so it'll be a corner.
Well, just listen to these fans. They're urging their team to score here.
It's timed nicely enough, but the fact of the matter is it wasn't on target. Kimmich. Joshua Kimmich. Michael Olise. Trying to open them up. Well, nothing comes of it in the end because the flag has gone up, Stuart.
Well, he knew where the space was, but he's just been too eager, and that's why he's offside.
No let-up on the pressing front. Now, who can he play it to? Fine reading of the situation. Sané. Just cutting off the supply. And Leroy Sané, as usual, Stuart, razor sharp, very productive. He's been brilliant to watch.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another hit.
Stuart, an opportunity! Somehow the goalkeeper got to it. And played in by Kimmich. Can he finish here? And that is a defender doing his job, clearing it off the line. King. And Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. It did look on for them, but not to be. Trossard. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. And well positioned to clear. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Trossard. With it. Determined defending. Jamal Musiala. Now Harry Kane. Nice looking move this. Oh, that's an expert piece of defending, just as it was looking threatening. Not showing good vision. Harry Kane. Jamal Musiala. And putting his body on the line. Can't miss, surely! And the keeper's hand does the trick. Trossard. And the challenge halts them in their tracks.
Bayern have completely controlled the ball in the last 15 minutes. They're creating plenty of chances and looking a constant threat. You feel they have to take the lead at some point with this sort of domination.
Yes, it's so true. For once they find themselves in defensive mode. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Saka. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Saka. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, perhaps they can counter from here. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Jamal Musiala. Guerrero. And slipped through beautifully. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
And with the teams locked together, Arsenal chase it. Just when we thought the goal would arrive, the grim reality hitting off target.
Well, he never looked in full control, did he? That's a poor finish.
Michael Olise. And return to Kane. Well, it could be on for him here. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Kivior. Rice with it. Martin Ødegaard. Good work from Bayern to make sure possession changed hands. Guerrero.
Well, these Arsenal fans can sense an equaliser here. Can the players respond and get it?
So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. They have to show a commitment to attack Arsenal in these trying circumstances. The full-time whistle.
Two giants of football going head-to-head today. The stadium is full and everyone is excited and ready for this one. Stay tuned. All the action coming up next.
Well, here we go for one of the game's greatest rivalries. I'm Guy Mowbray with Sue Smith alongside me, and we are bursting with excitement to be commentating on another El Clasico, Barcelona versus Real Madrid.
We absolutely are. You can hear how much it means to the fans. The noise is deafening in here, and you think Barcelona are maybe favourites being at home, but anything can happen in a derby.
This is the Barcelona team sheet. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in central midfield, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Working hard to win it back there. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vázquez as fullbacks. Vinicius Junior starts with Rodrigo in the wide positions. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Valverde. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Mbappe. Defenders have constantly been looking for a way to stop Robert Lewandowski from scoring, and they've pretty much constantly failed. What are we going to see from him today?
Well, I love the way he plays. He makes the game look easy. His first touch, his dribbling ability, the way he sees a pass, and then he executes it. He's got to be one of the best in his position.
Looks a good ball. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. Delivered, but that's not where it was intended to go. Jude Bellingham. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Pedri. Real have it back now. Lewandowski to take the lead. Rafinha, it's in. Deadlock broken. And just how crucial could that prove to be? Aurelien Tchouameni. Ball back with Barcelona now. Federico Valverde. Bellingham. From a long way out. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Good work to regain possession. Bellingham. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Lewandowski. Rafinha. Good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Barca exploiting the space on the flank. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Already leading by 1, and they press home their advantage from this corner. Delivered towards the far post. And cleared well away from goal. Mbappe. The pass was read, and the ball has changed hands. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. Dani Olmo. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Not long to the break now, and Barcelona have the lead. Not much in it, though.
Yeah, it's been a decent first half, Guy, and I think they'll be the happier going in at the break, even if it is a narrow lead. They'll certainly be looking to extend that in the second period, though.
Aurelian Tchouameni. Valverde. He takes it on, off the crossbar. Federico Valverde. And it's on now. Oh, what a really good save that was. Delivered into the box. Well, they could still do something here. And the referee's whistle brings the first. And the ball rolling again with Barcelona holding the slender advantage. Martinez. Rafinha now. Pedri. On to Rafinha. Pedri. Rafinha now. Dani Olmo. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Bellingham. Koundé. Pedri. Rafinha. Rafinha. And the keeper could be in trouble. And a good try, a really good try.
Well, he's confident, hasn't he? But just can't quite get the accuracy on it. Not far off, though.
Dani Olmo. Real Madrid regaining possession. Vinicius Junior. On to Valverde. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
I think he's had a good...
Mbappe! It's a good try, and only just wide of the mark. Rafinha. On to Lewandowski. Oh, excellent vision. That's good goalkeeping in a difficult situation. Rodrigo. Now Tchouameni. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior has the space to whip it in here. That's a lovely cut inside. Valverde. Chance for the equaliser. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Rodrigo. Barca recovering possession well. Rafinha. Vinicius Junior. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Vinicius Junior. Real opportunity. Dani Olmo. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Struggling to keep the ball there. Rafinha. Oh, what a tackle to break up the play. Chance now for a quick transition. Mbappe. Oh, so close at the end of it all.
Oh, it's a really quick counter-attack that was. They moved the ball with pace to get them up the pitch so quickly. Created a great opportunity. Just couldn't quite put the ball in the back of the net.
Barcelona with the ball again. Lewandowski. Rafinha. Oh, a great chance. Oh, the build-up was lovely. The way it's ended, not so good. Vinicius Junior. On to Valverde. On he goes, terrific. But that's a really good recovery to win the ball. Lewandowski. Found nicely and in. It's the sort of finish you can only smile about. Saw the keeper off the line to score a goal of true quality. Incredible. Bellingham. On to Rodrigo. Lucas Vazquez. Aurelien Tchouameni. Now Bellingham. He's got behind it! And that wasn't bad, but it had to be better.
Yeah, it did. It's not a bad effort, though. You just feel if they get one, they'll get themselves back into this game.
Well, maybe a bit of game management here. Time's starting to ebb away. Mbappe. Maybe that was purely a misconnection with the ball. Rafinha. Well, the intention was good, just a little too much on it in the end. It'll be a throw-in. Mbappe. Well, that brings the match to a...
Well, this is the kind of match every football fan looks forward to. A lot on the line and the likelihood of a tension-packed occasion. It's Barcelona. They take on Athletic Bilbao, and it's live on EA TV. Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield, and leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. It's there for him. In it goes! An early opening statement in this match. And look at the celebrations. Balde. Now with de Jong. Pedri. Alex Balde. De Jong. An encouraging move from Barca. Frenkie de Jong. Lewandowski. Can he make it count? And a goal! An end-to-end game! And they weren't behind for long. Dani Vidian. De Galarreta. Williams. De Marcos. Moving it forward. Frenkie de Jong. Pedri. Dani Olmo. De Jong. Here's Rafinha. And danger averted. Well read. Ruiz de Galarreta. Sunset. Oh, body in the way, crucially. And we cannot say enough about that save.
Well, how did he stop that? That is a remarkable save.
Well, an ordinary header, and that's probably being charitable. Lewandowski. And Athletic with the ball again. Nico Williams. Sunset. Just the challenge that was required. And the referee allowing advantage to accrue to them. Lovely ball over the top. Well, that's a really top-notch piece of defending. Going well. Robert Lewandowski in the middle. It wasn't quite as good as it looked when it left the boot. Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Williams could be threatening. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needs to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Pedri. Now Lewandowski carries the ball forward. But can he produce from this position? Luis de Galarreta. Sunset. Marcos. And defensive play to be applauded. Played with just a bit too much ferocity, and it's going to be a throw-in. Nico Williams. Baptice. And nothing comes of that attack. Lewandowski. And easily intercepted. Outrageously skillful. Marcos. Well, there's the pullback. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. A chance then for the respective manager. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they weren't so very evenly matched. Koundé. Here's Rafinha. Sunset. Possession one. Plenty of support here. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo with it. Rafinha. That is a tackle and a half. Nico Williams. And the ball back with Barcelona here. Lewandowski. Lewandowski. Sunset. Opportunity to take the lead. And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Balde. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. Inigo Martinez. Koundé. Pedri. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Sunset. Williams. Barca recovering possession well. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Not disappointing end to the move. Williams. Sunset. Lewandowski now. What can they do to stop them running at them? Dani Olmo. Back to Lewandowski. Is this the moment? And it might be. And touched onto the frame of the goal. Yuri Berchiche. It's with Williams. Just 20 minutes remaining now. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, he's given the ball away. Williams. This looks more than decent. Can't miss, surely. And a goal to increase their advantage. It's a 2-goal lead now. Dani Olmo. Now with De Jong. Dani Olmo. On to De Jong. Dani Olmo with it. High pressing and good high pressing. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Athletic struggling to keep possession here. Lewandowski. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. Who's going to get on the end of it? Well, struggle to get it away properly. It's a perfect challenge. De Marcos. It's with Williams. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. Running room in the wide position. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Lewandowski. Can he get one back? He can! And who's to say there's not enough time for them to level matters? It would be quite the story. Well, keeping the ball as they're doing is helping the cause. Luis de Galarreta. It's with Williams. De Marcos. Fine block. Another goal from his corner would in all likelihood secure victory. They fancy a short one. The delivery, making sure nothing untoward happened. And so the referee's whistle for... The pride of Catalonia up against the team from the capital. The sparks tend to fly when these two sides are on the same pitch. I'm talking about Barcelona and Atletico. We're live on EA TV. Well, it's a meeting of two teams who you expect to be there or thereabouts when the honours are handed out. Barcelona against Atletico, and it's a real privilege to be broadcasting this game here in Catalonia. I'm Derek Ray, and with me to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. Stuart, this should be a good one.
It certainly should. The atmosphere is crackling. Two very good teams, two managers that like to play different styles of football. I think this is going to be a top-class game.
And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in the centre of midfield, and getting the vote of confidence in attack today, Robert Lewandowski. And this is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak gets the nod in goal. Clément Lenglet plays with José María Jiménez in the centre of defence. And up front, Antoine Griezmann starts alongside Julián Álvarez. Dani Olmo. Well, great read there to intercept. Dani Olmo. And good work from Atletico to win the ball back. Trying to open up the defence. And a goal! An early push for them, the first goal of the game, they're off and running. Alex Balde. On to De Jong. Balde. Jules Koundé on the ball. Frenkie de Jong. Atletico regaining possession. Marcos Llorente. De Paul. And now this is Lenglet. Rodrigo De Paul. And a strong tackle. Frenkie de Jong. Pedri. Rodrigo De Paul. And with the advantage, no reason why you shouldn't play keep ball. And he stopped them in their tracks. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Javi Galán. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Barcelona have been awarded the throw-in. Lewandowski. Here's Rafinha. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And showing fine vision. Magnificent defending. Lewandowski. And Barca exploiting the space on the wing. It's a perfect challenge. Pedri. Oh, the threat is there. Can he do it? And a goal here. The keeper unable to prevent it. Barcelona are level. Oblak. Marcos Llorente has it. Jimenez. Rusting like that will help the cause. Rodrigo de Paul. De Jong. Pedri. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. A fine reading of the situation. Decent position. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Tremendously strong in the tackle. A chance then for the respective manager. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Inigo Martinez. Jules Koundé on the ball. Alex Balde. Barcelona losing possession here. Samuel Lino. Dani Olmo. Opportunity. Oh yes, it's gone in, and now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Marcos Llorente. And now this is Longley. Abigalan. Alvarez. Rodrigo de Paul. Now Griezmann. And a threatening looking ball. Oh, superb technique, but off the frame of the goal.
Well, it was a great effort. It takes a lot of skill to control the volley like that. It really is unlucky.
Pedri. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Alvarez. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Can he get them level? And they've done it! A goal for Atletico, who now are level. De Jong. Jules Koundé on the ball. Dani Olmo. Frankie de Jong. Dani Olmo with it. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Pedri. Promising move from Barcelona. Very comfortable when in possession. De Jong. Can they jump in front? Barcelona, in their quest to take the lead, might be helped out by this corner.
Well, they haven't created too much.
Can he take the chance? Oh, so near, off the post. So, deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. Alvarez. And support available. A super tackle and they've won possession. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Rafinha. And it's opening up. Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. He's blocked it. Alvarez. Atletico being afforded too much room. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Underway again. And they're being treated to plenty of goals. 3-2 at the moment. Koundé. Quarter of an hour remaining here. De Jong. Pedri. Just knocking it around, looking to carve out a chance. Creative look about this. Balde. Pedri. The fans are shouting, shoot! Interception to snuff out the danger. Alvarez. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Well, it broke down, alas. Barcelona fighting against this overall situation. What can they pull out of the fire? Well, we're in the dying moments of the game and Barcelona still narrowly behind here. Time running out, Stuart.
Yeah, it's been a performance of contrast, you have to say. Plenty to please going forward, but absolutely shambolic at the back at times. Still in it, though, and more than enough time for one last twist.
Well, unable to bend his run, offside. Frankie de Jong. Lewandowski. Llorente has it. The ball. Atletico have an awful lot of space here. And a good-looking ball. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position. Only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders. But on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
Quite simply, everyone in football knows what you're referring to when you talk of El Clásico. They're the two most successful sides in Spain with such passionate fans. Stay tuned and we'll bring you all the action from the Bernabeu as Real Madrid face Barcelona. It is true to say there's no love lost between these two sides, Real Madrid and Barcelona. And today they find themselves on a collision course here at the Bernabeu. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position. Sitting alongside me, ready to provide expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. Stuart, it's a privilege to be here.
Well, it certainly is, Derek. This is a bitter rivalry between two of Europe's best, and I just can't wait for this one. It should be an absolute classic.
Koundé. Good tackle. And let's dissect the Real Madrid side. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vázquez in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouaméni in the centre of midfield. And handed the task of playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. And the Barcelona shape looks like this. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield.
Oh, he can score here, Derek.
Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. Well, I must say, no shortage of space for Barcelona. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, he has many attributes, but he's at his most dangerous when crossing the ball. He really does deliver a good cross.
Aurélien Tchouaméni. And Valverde. Very quick thinking there. Lewandowski. An encouraging move from Barca. Could be. Reading it well. And wouldn't he love to have that opportunity back?
Well, that should be 1-0, but that's not a good finish, is it?
Vinicius Junior. Rüdiger. And Valverde. It's with Vinicius Junior. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Dani Olmo. Now with De Jong. Koundé. Dani Olmo with it. Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo. Onto De Jong. Pedri. Pedri. Balde. Onto De Jong. Barcelona have given us away. It's a neat move. And support available. Opportunity! That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Koundé. Here's Rafinha. Just can't get it past him. Valverde. Mendy has it. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Lewandowski. In the centre. Can they get in behind them? Well read to ease the pressure. Rodrigo. Fine cross into the middle. And clears his lines. Vasquez. Here's Mbappe. Plays it back. Well, hit with ferocity when accuracy was required. De Jong. Rudiger is with Vinicius Junior. Well, a joy to watch. Mendy. And on to Bellingham. And couldn't put it away. Opportunity there to extend their advantage.
I have to say, it's not a bad effort. That would certainly made it more comfortable for them.
Decent position. Oh, maybe the equaliser. Tremendous block. Oh, he's done it. But hang on. Offside is the verdict here. It's not going to stand.
Well, you can tell he thought he was onside here, but the assistant, I think, got it absolutely right.
Vinicius Junior. Real might threaten on the flank. Genuine chance. Able to get his body in the way. And the Real corner. Hungry for more. Too much elevation on the header, but not a bad effort. And the first half is in the history book. The ball moving again. Real have the lead, but they won't be taking anything for granted. Tchouaméni. The ball with Lucas Vasquez. Valverde. Bellingham. And Valverde. Mendy. And saved by the keeper. Let's see about the delivery. That's the clearance that was needed. Well, the supporters think it's on. Strong hand on that one. Koundé. This is Robert Lewandowski. And that is offside. Jude Bellingham. Lucas Vasquez. On to Mbappe. Can he finish? Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Alex Balde. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. This could square the game. No way through. Well, can Barcelona demonstrate their corner kick-taking prowess? Lewandowski is in position at the far post. Smuggled away. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Real Madrid doing well to regain possession here. Still trailing, but they're upping the pressure. And teammates to play it to. Lewandowski, can he get them level? And the keeper more than equal to it. Rodrigo. Aimed towards Mbappe. And a good take under duress there. Quick thinking defensively. Mendy. Mendy has it. Mbappe. On a foul, but the advantage with Real Madrid. That's how to dispossess your opponent. Rafinha. It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski, and he has teammates to give it to. Well, sadly, too straight to worry the goalkeeper that time. Mbappe. And Barca have it back. Chance to attack using width. Can they produce something? Thwarting him. Oh, he's lost possession. Pedri. Lewandowski. And a goal here. The keeper unable to prevent it. Barcelona are level. Lucas Vazquez. Wasteful from Real Madrid. Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Kylian Mbappe. Chouameni. Lucas Vazquez. Really good strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Still level. Real Madrid continue to look for what could be a winner. Alex Balde. Now with De Jong. Balde. Dani Olmo with it. Lewandowski. Excellent vision. Well, what a stop that was. Did well to clear it away. Dani Olmo. Pedri. Determined defending. Now the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. And all the way through to the keeper. And the whistle is sounding.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
Hello and welcome to the Basque Country. We're in Bilbao at the Estadio. Thank you for joining us here at the San Mamés in the fiercely proud city of Bilbao. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'll be joined for commentary by Sue Smith, the former England forward. And we've got La Liga EA Sports action coming right up. It's Athletic Bilbao and they take on Barcelona.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
This is the home side's team today.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the full-backs push on, while the defence is still protected from the two holding.
This is the Barcelona team sheet. Pedri plays alongside Frenkie de Jong in central midfield, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Frenkie de Jong. Koundé. Rafinha now. Oh, chance here. De Marcos. Ruiz de Galarreta. To put them ahead. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Options available in the middle. Oh, a great chance. Must score. No better sight for a player than an open goal in front of them. Easy. Frenkie de Jong. On to Pedri. Martinez. Now de Jong. Jules Koundé. Pedri. De Jong now. Untidy in possession there. Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Sanchez. Dani Olmo. Barcelona trying to get things moving. And that's where it ends. Yuri Peshice. Peshice. Nico Williams. Sanchez. Looked like something building there, but no longer.
Well, I think they deserve to be level here. That's unfortunate. Hopefully they don't look back on the missed opportunity at the end of the game.
Moving forward well. Can he finish? Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Lewandowski. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Nicely sets it up. Sanchez. Frenkie de Jong. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. They're not getting close enough here. And the flag is up to stop them here. That is a really tight call. Nico Williams. Well, not long to go until the break now, and the hosts are edging this first half.
Yeah, it's been a decent first half, Guy, and I think they'll be the happier going in at the break, even if it is a narrow lead. They'll certainly be looking to extend that in the second period, though.
Lewandowski. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to draw level. Rafinha. Lewandowski! And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Barcelona's still behind, but maybe an opportunity from this corner. And the keeper there has had his life made easy by that. Williams. And superb technique to get past his man. But that's where he loses it, a timely intervention. De Jong. Nico Williams. There's the whistle. As the second half starts, Barcelona need to find a response. Using the space on the opposite flank. Martinez. Rafinha. Dani Olmo. De Jong now. Koundé. Pedri. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. Now Lewandowski. Williams. Yuri Bešiček. Ball back with Barcelona now. Rafinha. Lewandowski. He's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. It's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously, he got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Barca with width here. Pedri. And it's on now. And that is magnificent defending. De Galarreta. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. De Marcos. Williams. Genuine chance. And it's been kept out to deny him the double.
He showed really good movement to get himself into those goal-scoring positions. Just couldn't quite find the clinical touch there.
De Galarreta. Williams. Ball taken away from them. A little bit of care in possession wouldn't go amiss here. Pedri. And the ref has played advantage here. Dani Olmo. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Well, that's been won really smartly. Ruiz de Galarreta. Yuri Bešiček. Now there could be a chance to counter. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Pedri. Rafinha now. Lewandowski. On to Pedri. Not forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. But not really going anywhere fast with it. Luis de Galarreta. Sanchez. Making decent progress here. What a chance! They've got another, and he's got another. 2 for the game. Pedri. De Jong now. Pedri. Williams. Barcelona with the ball again. Rafinha. Not long to go until the end, and the hosts well in charge. They've put on a super show.
Yeah, you've got to say they deserve the victory. The work rate on and off the ball has been really good, and you can see they've got a real determination today, and it shows, and it would be an excellent result.
Play on is the referee's call. Beautifully weighted ball. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Now this might be promising to reduce the deficit. It's there, and maybe there could still be something in this game. Vivian. Well, you can sense the frustration growing. They just can't get near the ball. De Marcos. Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. De Galarreta. Goes on past the defender. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. There is the final whistle. Plenty.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium. Don't miss a second. Stay with us for every minute of the action.
A warm welcome to the Metropolitano in Las Rosas, Madrid. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith. And we've got La Liga EA Sports action coming right up. It's Atletico Madrid and they take on Barcelona.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw. Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. And in attack, Julian Alvarez starts alongside Antoine Griezmann. Atletico moving the ball forward with purpose. Lost it there, and the attack is over. This is the Barcelona team sheet. Pedri plays alongside Frenkie de Jong in central midfield, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Jules Koundé. Pedri. Keeping it nicely here. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Unsurprising who we've picked out as our player to watch here. What are we expecting to see from him today, Sue?
Yeah, he's an all-round player, but it's his ability.
Oh, big chance this. Oh, it's in. An early opener to get the game going. De Jong. Into Pedri. Dani Olmo. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Gala. Jimenez. Lino. Onto De Paul. Rodrigo De Paul. Promising looking attack from Atletico. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. Julian Alvarez. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Lewandowski. Rente now. Griezmann. Good work from Barca to win back possession. Lewandowski. Making good progress here. Genuine chance. And it's there. A goal that draws them back on level terms. Gala. Clement Longley. Onto Llorente. Onto De Paul. Julian Alvarez. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Pedri. Frenkie de Jong. On to Koundé. Pedri. Rafinha. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. Not forcing the issue, moving the ball nicely. To put them ahead. A goal from the substitute. And the change that was made has made a change. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann now. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Koundé. De Jong now. Pedri. On to Koundé. Dani Olmo. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. Now it needs a good ball in. They're still ahead by one and moving the ball with purpose. Dani Olmo. Crucial defending. Already leading by one, and they press home their advantage from this corner. That's not properly away yet. It was looking good, but there it's ended. Alvarez. Good vision. And that is a wonderful opportunity wasted.
Well, what a chance to equalise. He's just not clinical enough in front of goal.
Lewandowski. Good work from Atletico to win back possession. Antoine Griezmann. Promising looking ball. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. There's the whistle. And the ball rolling again with Barcelona holding the slender advantage. Frenkie de Jong. On to Pedri. De Jong. Rafinha. Dani Olmo. Could be a chance! Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising looking attack. It's played in now. Well, that's how to clear it. Dani Olmo. And this could be. This is another good-looking attack. The ball back with Atletico now. Antoine Griezmann. Lino. Good patient build-up. Griezmann. De Jong. Now Lewandowski. Pedri. One of the players who always asks questions of defenders is Robert Lewandowski. He's certainly been difficult to contain.
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Griezmann. Great chance here. Dani Olmo. Good ball in behind. It's a pretty good save by the keeper. It's put into the middle. The defence does its work. Keeps himself in the way, well held. Rodrigo de Paul. In the right position to cut out the pass. Griezmann. Oh, excellent vision. Lewandowski. This is a promising-looking attack from Barcelona. And the danger is cleared. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Griezmann.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to spur them on to this equaliser.
Rodrigo de Paul. Alvarez. And it's opened up! That's not a bad save at all. Played into the box. Couldn't quite get over the top of the ball.
No, he gets himself free, reads the flight of the ball well, but just can't hit the target.
They've given it away here. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Nicole. And they went too soon. It's offside. Dani Olmo. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Lewandowski. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Galán. Real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? Griezmann. Oh, a poor cross in the end, unable to beat the first man. Rafinha. Atletico pushing forward with options available. It's on for the shot! A terrific effort, and the woodwork has been shaken.
This is so unlucky. It's such a long way from goal. He took the opportunity and nearly got his reward. So close.
Having a try, and he's done really well to keep that out. Puts it back. Lewandowski. Oh, penalty given, and a huge chance to finish this off. To finish it off here. Save, but not clear. And the attack comes to an end. Disappointing. Rodrigo de Paul. Now there might be a chance to level things. This could be dangerous. It was a glorious chance, offside or not. That's a glaring miss.
It really is. How glad will he be?
And the referee brings the game